We are live.
Thank you, Connor. Good morning. Today is Wednesday, December 18th, 2024. This is an adjudicatory hearing before the Massachusetts Gaming Commission relative to a request for a finding of durable suitability for Crown MA Gaming doing business as DraftKings, which currently holds a Category 3 mobile sports wagering operator license. I will refer to Crown MA Gaming today as DraftKings. My name is Jordan Maynard, and I am the chair of the commission. I am joined today by my colleagues, Commissioners Eileen O'Brien, Brad Hill, Nikisha Skinner, and Paul Broder. The entire commission will preside over the hearing and decision of this matter. This hearing will be conducted in accordance with 205 CMR 101.01, Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 38, Section 10 and 11, excuse me, and 801 CMR 1.02, the informal fair hearing rules. This hearing is being conducted via remote collaboration technology. Before we begin, I would like to explain the process that will govern this proceeding. First, a notice of hearing was provided to DraftKings in advance of today's hearing. Therein, it identified the issues the hearing is intended to address. The Commission has indicated that it will specifically be considering these issues discussed in the notice, including the following: the durable suitability of DraftKings pursuant to 205 CMR 215.01(1), and the contents of the Investigation and Enforcement Bureau's suitability report. I will now turn to our Deputy General Counsel, Justin Stempick, to explain the suitability standard that we will be considering during our discussion today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today, we're here to discuss the durable finding of suitability for DraftKings under 205 CMR 215.01 sub 1. The Commission adopted Section 215 of the regulations to govern suitability determinations, and it included provisions allowing for a durable finding of suitability, also known as the final determination of suitability. It also concluded provision relating to preliminary finding of suitability. DraftKings currently holds a preliminary finding of suitability, which the Commission approved on January 19th, 2023. The finding of preliminary suitability was based on an evaluation of the criteria set forth in 205 CMR 215.012, 205 CMR 218.065F, and General Laws Chapter 23N, Section 6D. Just as a quick refresher, the suitability criteria enumerated in 215.012, 218.065F, and General Laws 23N, Section 6D include the following: the overall reputation of the applicant, including but not limited to the integrity, honesty, good character, and reputation of the applicant and qualifier, the financial stability, integrity, and background of the applicant or qualifier, the business practices and business ability of the applicant to establish and maintain a successful sports wagering operation, whether the applicant or qualifier has a history of compliance with gaming or sports wagering licensing requirements in other jurisdictions, whether the applicant qualifier at the time of the application is a defendant in litigation or in litigation involving its business practices, the suitability of all parties and interests of the license, including affiliates and close associates, and the financial resources of the applicant, whether the applicant qualifier is ineligible to hold a license under 205 CMR 215.014, General Laws 23N, Section 9A, or General Laws Chapter 23N, Section 6E. Whether the applicant or qualifier has been convicted of a crime of moral turpitude. Whether and to what extent the applicant and qualifier has associated with members of organized crime and other persons of disreputable character. And the extent to which the applicant or qualifier has cooperated with the IED during the review of this application. By the terms of 205 CMR 215 of our regulations, any durable finding of suitability must be supported by clear and convincing evidence, not just substantial evidence, which is a lower standard used for the remainder of licensing applications. Our jurisprudence tells us that clear and convincing proof exists when the evidence induces in the mind of a fact finder the reasonable belief that the facts asserted are highly probably true, that the probability that they are true or exist is substantially greater than the probability that they are false or do not exist. For evidence to be clear and convincing, it must be sufficient to convey a high degree of probability that the proposition to be proved is true, and it must be strong and positive and full, clear, and decisive. In the matter before you, you may choose to reward a durable finding if you conclude that the applicant and each of its qualifiers has demonstrated their suitability by clear and convincing proof. Such a finding would be a positive determination under 205 CMR 215.01E and may include conditions and restrictions if applicable. If the commission determines that the evidentiary burden on suitability is not met, it would issue a negative determination with respect to suitability. And with that, I turn this back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Justin. I understand that DraftKings is represented by counsel here today, and I will ask Mr. Starr to please identify yourself as well as your team.
Thank you, Chairman Maynard. Tony Starr from Mintz representing DraftKings, and I'm joined by my partner, Katie Hill, also from Mintz. The balance of our representatives today are all from DraftKings, including a combination of members from the in-house legal team, compliance, and so forth, who I think we'll get to in due course throughout the proceedings, unless you'd like me to do a full introduction of about 35 people right now.
Justin, are we good to just move forward with that?
I think we could just move forward, Mr. Chair.
Perfect.
Thank you, Justin.
All right. So thank you all, Katie and Mr. Starr. At the conclusion of my opening comments, this proceeding will commence with the IAB's presentation of its findings to the Commission pursuant to 205 CMR 215.01 subsection 1 and 205 CMR 115.03. Any commissioner may ask a question of any of the presenting information at any point during or following this presentation. At the conclusion of the IAB's presentation, the licensee, through counsel, will be afforded an opportunity to ask questions of any individual who presented information on behalf of the IAB as well. At the conclusion of the IAB's presentation, the licensee will be given the same opportunity to make a presentation. They may call any witness and present any other evidence they desire. As before, any commissioner may ask any question of any witness or presenter at any time during or after any presentation. DraftKings may raise any objection it desires at any time. However, the basis for all objections must be clearly stated. After the licensee's presentation, the Commission will address each topic area from the notice of hearing. In turn, and each commissioner will have a full opportunity to ask questions of any witnesses concerning those topic areas before moving on. Finally, at the conclusion of the presentations of all the evidence, the licensee will be provided an opportunity to make closing remarks summing up its views on suitability. Before we begin, I understand that there are a number of exhibits for consideration at this hearing that have been submitted in advance. Those exhibits are as follows. Please bear with me. First, the IAB report regarding full suitability investigation in regards to the application of Crown MA Gaming LLC doing business as DraftKings for a Category 3 sports wagering license, untethered with incorporated errata sheet. Number 2, IAB report regarding the review for preliminary suitability dated January 9th, 2023. Number 3, a report regarding review for financial suitability of Crown MA Gaming LLC doing business as DraftKings. Number 4, Matthew Kalish individual qualifier reports. I'm sorry if I mess up anyone's names. Number 5, Paul Lieberman's individual qualifier report. Number 6, Jason Park's individual qualifier reports. Number 7, Jason Robbins' individual qualifier reports. And number 8, the hearing notice. Are there any objections to these exhibits being marked and entered into evidence?
None from DraftKings.
Thank you. Councilman Mercer?
Nothing from the IAB.
Got it. Thank you. These exhibits shall be admitted into evidence. For purposes of ensuring a clean record, I ask that everyone, when possible, please refer to the aforementioned exhibits by exhibit number when referring to any of these documents. If anyone would like to have any additional documents entered into evidence during the course of this hearing, please ensure that they are properly introduced and marked for the record. As explained, the Commission anticipates that its inquiry at this proceeding will be related to the matters addressed in the notice of hearing relative to the licensee's durable finding of suitability. In the event that a line of questioning conducted by the Commission moves into an area that has not been included in the report or notice, but that is material to the final determination of this matter, any party may request a recess in the proceeding in order to review the issue. The commission will deliberate privately and make a final decision at the conclusion of the evidentiary portion of the hearing. The decision will be issued as promptly as possible. If at any point during the commission's deliberations it determines that further testimonial or documentary evidence is desirable, it reserves the right to ask the appropriate party to provide such evidence prior to a final decision being made. This is my favorite part because I have to do a lot of looking. We will now swear in all the witnesses. Counsel, are all the individuals you anticipate presenting testimony in this matter present on this call?
Yes, for the IAB.
Thank you. Mr. Starr?
Just a moment, I'm checking the screen. Yes, for DraftKings.
Thank you, sir. If there's anyone who's not present who will later testify, it will be up to you to alert the commission that they have not been placed under oath yet. Okay? All right. Anybody who will be testifying at this proceeding, please raise your right hand. And I'm going to take a moment, if you'll just bear with me, to look through the screens. All right. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will provide before the commission at this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
I do. I do.
I do.
I do.
I do.
I do.
I do. I do.
All right. For the record, you've all responded in the affirmative. A proceeding of this nature necessarily requires the consideration of a wide variety of information that takes several forms. In this case, some of the information and documentation may include commercially sensitive information. The public discussion of such information may place an entity at a competitive disadvantage if such information were to be publicly discussed. For the commission to be able to execute its legal obligations effectively and diligently prior to making a final finding, it must be at liberty to fully inquire relative to any of these sensitive matters without compromising the individuals or entities involved. To do otherwise would be, at a minimum, unfair and potentially unlawful. Accordingly, my colleagues and I may elect to exercise the discretion afforded in accordance with 205 CMR 101.01, paragraph 7, to close this proceeding to the public to fully address certain matters. Under the same regulatory section, DraftKings may request that portions of this hearing be closed to the public as well, and any such request will be considered in turn. Before we begin, it's my understanding that a pre-hearing conference was conducted in this matter on Wednesday, December 4th, 2024, with representatives of the licensee, the IEB, and legal counsel, at which procedural and evidentiary issues were discussed. Does anyone have any preliminary issues or objections they would like to raise?
Nothing from the IAB.
Not from DraftKings.
All right. With that, I will ask counsel on behalf of DraftKings, beginning with Mr. Starr, to please proceed with any opening remarks you would like to make.
We'll defer to our presentation, Chairman. I understand the IEB is going to present, and then I'll have a few opening remarks and to give a little bit of an outline of our presentation before some of the witnesses start testifying. But I would appreciate it if I could just do it at that time, so it seems a little more connected to our presentation.
Commissioners, we good with that? All right. We'll now turn to Mr. Mercer to make any opening remarks on behalf of the IEB, and then we'll move directly into the IEB's presentation. Counsel.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. Good morning. Zach Mercer, Enforcement Counsel for the IEB. With me today are Chief Enforcement Counsel and Assistant Director of the IEB, Kathleen Kramer, and IEB Director, Caitlin Monahan, along with members of the IEB's investigatory team. Thank you for the opportunity today to present the IEB's investigation regarding the durable suitability of Crown MA Gaming LLC, doing business as DraftKings. For today's purposes in my remarks, I will refer to the operator as DraftKings. Before we begin the presentation, I would like to recognize the investigatory team, starting with the state police unit involved, led by Lieutenant David Collette. That team includes members of the GEU and retired GEU troopers working in the capacity of contract civilian investigators. Additionally, the financial investigation team, led by Chief Financial Investigator Monica Chang, assisted by contract investigators from the firm RSM. Both sides of that team engaged in a thorough and comprehensive investigation. I would also like to thank CEC Kramer and IEB Director Monahan for their guidance and contributions throughout this investigation. As the commissioners are aware, DraftKings submitted an application for an untethered Category 3 mobile sports wagering operator license pursuant to General Laws Chapter 23N, Section 6B3. The IEB conducted a review for preliminary suitability pursuant to 205 CMR 215.01, 2A and B, and submitted its report regarding that review to the Commission on January 9th, 2023. That report has been marked as IEB's Exhibit Number 2 in your packet. On January 19th, 2023, the Commission voted unanimously at a public meeting to allow DraftKings to request a temporary Category 3 sports wagering license. On February 23rd, 2023, the Commission's then Executive Director issued a temporary Category 3 sports wagering license to DraftKings. DraftKings received its operation certificate on March 10th, 2023, and launched the same day. The licensing division rescoped Crown's application based on the legislative amendment to General Laws Chapter 23N, Section 5B, and 205 CMR 215.02, identifying the 4 entity qualifiers and 4 individual qualifiers. On May 8th, 2023, it was confirmed that there were no changes to the initial scoping of DraftKings' application. The IEB conducted an investigation for full suitability, and its findings are detailed in the report that has been marked as Exhibit 1 in your packet. That investigation was performed in accordance with 205 CMR 215.01C, further description of which is found beginning on page 6 of Exhibit 1. Suitability is an ongoing concept, and the IEB's report is intended to assist the Commission in making a determination as to DraftKings suitability at this time. The factors that the Commission shall consider in making a determination of suitability are found in Chapter 23N, Section 6, and 205 CMR 215, and 205 CMR 218. These were previously detailed by Mr. Stempek and are also outlined in Exhibit 1 on pages 7 and 8. Investigators reviewed submissions, interviewed qualifiers, had follow-up discussions, made supplemental information requests, reviewed business entity disclosures, reviewed mass supplemental and multi-jurisdictional personal history disclosures. All individuals submitted the appropriate forms and responses. Some observations made by the investigators, along with issues pertaining to the satisfaction of document requests during the investigation, gave rise to concerns that factored into the IEB's ultimate recommendation. The IEB's presentation today will provide an overview of key points and steps taken throughout the investigation. All of these steps were taken in order to assist the Commission in determining if the applicant, along with its entity and individual qualifiers, have satisfied the affirmative obligation to demonstrate their suitability by clear and convincing evidence. In today's presentation, we'll hear first from Michael Banks, retired member of the GEU, acting in this matter as a civilian investigator regarding the scope and findings of his investigation. You'll then hear from Financial Investigations Division Chief Monica Chang and also Dan Moss and Chris Fitzgerald from RSM. Dan and Chris will present the findings of the financial investigation of the applicant and qualifiers, and we will conclude with the review of DraftKings corporate governance as presented by Chris Fitzgerald from RSM. Following this review, you will hear that based upon the totality of its investigation, the IEB recommends a finding of suitability for DraftKings contingent upon conditions. At the conclusion of the presentation, the IEB will explain those conditions in further detail in light of its findings. First in this presentation will be civilian investigator Michael Banks, who will explain the method and scope of the investigation undertaken by himself and the GEU and describe their findings. I will note the anticipated substance of the remarks by Mr. Banks may cover some areas that the operator through counsel have identified as potentially being subject to request to be heard in a private session. At this point, I would turn it over to Mr. Banks. I know that there will probably be they'll probably be raised by Mr. Starr, but I do believe that some of the areas that we anticipate will be addressed by Mr. Banks that will be subject to a request to go into private session. I believe we're at the very end of those remarks in the interest of efficiency and the lack of jumping in and out of private session if need be.
Are these the topics, Attorney Mercer, that you and I already discussed would be appropriate for private session?
That would be correct, Mr. Starr. And as I said, I believe that those will come at the conclusion of Mr. Banks' presentation. So
we can stop at a logical point there if that request would like to be raised at that time, or if it'd like to be raised now. I defer to the commissioners.
Commissioners, I would suggest that we go forward with the report, and when we get to the point where Mr. Starr would like to raise this, that we would then consider exercising our discretion at that time. I'm seeing a yes from Commissioner O'Brien and Commissioner Hill, Commissioner Skinner, Commissioner Broder. All right, that's how we'll do it, Zach.
Thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Attorney Mercer. Good morning, Chairman, Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Michael Banks. I'm a civilian investigator assigned to the Investigation and Enforcement Bureau of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. Assisting me in my portion of this investigation was Trooper Julio Perez of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to the Gaming Enforcement Unit. Pursuant to our investigatory standard operating procedure, we conducted an in-depth review of all applications and submissions from Crown Mass Gaming, LLC, doing business as DraftKings. A thorough background investigation was conducted regarding this applicant. The applicant consisted of 4 entity qualifiers: DraftKings Inc., DraftKings Holdings Inc., DK Crown Holdings Inc., and Crown Gaming Inc., as well as 4 individual qualifiers: Jason Robbins, Matthew Kalish, Paul Lieberman, and Jason Park. As part of this investigation, routine communications were conducted with the applicant, which required the submission of additional information and supplemental documents. The process by which this investigation was conducted involved extensive research and the discovery of any additional information which could be learned about the applicant, associated entities, and the individuals from as many sources available to us. In the early stages of the full suitability investigation, specifically in November of 2023, investigators traveled to New Jersey to meet with investigators from the New Jersey Division of Gaming Enforcement, who were then presently conducting a suitability investigation of DraftKings, which they had commenced in the summer of 2022. We reviewed the New Jersey application and submissions and made cross-references to the information submitted here in Massachusetts. Although at that time, New Jersey had not conducted its investigation and its final report was not yet complete, we had the opportunity to speak in person with the New Jersey investigators relative to the information and findings they had at that time. In addition, we conducted queries for any criminal history of the entities and individuals at the state, local, and federal level. As of the date of our report, the IEB only has authorization to review fingerprint submissions of individual qualifiers who own 10% or more of a corporate applicant. Without access to fingerprint submissions and therefore automated fingerprint identification services, also known as AFIS, the IEB is unable to run national criminal history checks on individual qualifiers. However, investigators utilize criminal record checks through the Department of Criminal Justice Information System, which is state-specific and reliant on biographical data only. No derogatory information surfaced in our queries. Investigators also queried civil litigation databases and reviewed lawsuits filed against the applicant, entities, or individuals. Particular attention is paid to any suits that contain any accusations of derogatory or fraudulent business practices. Investigators noted several matters involving allegations of various states' consumer protection laws, and I will cite several of those matters. First, a Massachusetts Superior Court complaint alleging violation of the Massachusetts Consumer Protection Act and other statutory law. Specifically, the plaintiffs alleged that DraftKings' advertisement of a $1,000 bonus offer was unfair and deceptive because new participants would be unlikely to understand the statistical likelihood of earning the bonus based on the terms of the offer. That matter is currently pending in the Suffolk County Business Litigation Session. Second, a New Jersey civil complaint alleging consumer fraud, misrepresentation, and negligence in connection with DraftKings sports betting national championship event, where plaintiffs alleged DraftKings ran a tournament unfairly. That matter was ultimately dismissed, subject to a confidential settlement agreement in September of 2020. Third, a Massachusetts U.S. District Court matter in which plaintiffs claimed DraftKings violated contest rules, breached contract, violated state consumer protection laws, and deprived plaintiff class members of entitled winnings by arbitrarily applying statistics from the January 2nd, 2023 NFL matchup between the Bills and the Bengals. That ended in no contest to its various DFS contests affected by that outcome. Commission may recall this was the game in which Damar Hamlin suffered cardiac arrest after a collision, and that game couldn't be completed. That matter was dismissed on April 5th, 2024. It is very important to note that the court found that DraftKings was within its reserved right to cancel the contest based on its determination of what was fair, given the unfortunate circumstances of that game. Fourth, a New York federal civil lawsuit in which the plaintiffs allege, among other things, that DraftKings violated New York consumer protection and false advertising laws by marketing its risk-free bet promotion. That matter was voluntarily dismissed in August of 2024 due to the plaintiff being generally unavailable due to health issues, according to plaintiff's counsel. And fifth and finally, an Indiana state court matter alleging, among other things, that DraftKings violated the Indiana Deceptive Consumer Sales Act by canceling and failing to pay out certain wages placed on October 24th, 2023. That basketball game was the Lakers and the Nuggets. And specifically, that complaint alleged that DraftKings offered a 7-leg parlay in which each leg were erroneously low for a full market game. And according to that complaint, DraftKings discovered the error before the game, but did not cancel the bet before the game. The bet ended up being a winning bet, and DraftKings canceled the bet the next day. Plaintiffs have filed notice of removal to the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Indiana in July of 2024, and that matter is still pending. Secretary of State and Securities Exchange Commission databases were queried regarding any filings reported by the applicant or its qualifying entities. Any results were obtained were reviewed for any derogatory information. Open source and media outlet checks were conducted and reviewed, including social media. Any material information regarding any of the involved entities or individuals is noted and documented in our report for the Commission's review. Investigators also conducted a review of aggregated public data from subscribed software tools of the entity, applicant, entity qualifiers, and individual qualifiers. The aggregated public data included, but was not limited to, FEIN records, fictitious business name records, executive affiliations, corporate filings, world check profiles, world-based records, Office of Foreign Assets Control records, and UCC records. No derogatory information surfaced that was associated with the entity applicant or its qualifiers. Also, as part of this investigation, investigators contacted other jurisdictions in which the applicant was already conducting gaming-related business or in which an application to conduct gaming business was pending to determine if licenses were in good standing. All responses received from other jurisdictions revealed no derogatory or disqualifying information regarding their existing licensure or suitability. In addition, investigators reviewed original and updated submissions of reports relative to regulatory fines and violations of DraftKings by other gaming jurisdictions. In many cases, substantive reports were available for review relative to the facts and circumstances of said violations. A summary of these violations has been submitted to this commission, which includes the jurisdiction, the nature of the violation, as well as the ultimate disposition. Investigators noted that DraftKings entities were alleged to have committed over 50 regulatory violations in various states. Investigators noted recurring regulatory violations related to excluded patrons, which appeared to be related to technological configuration errors. First, investigators noted several incidents in which excluded individuals were offered marketing materials or permitted to wager. Investigators noted 12 incidents in various states, which included incidents of sending direct mailings to self-excluded individuals, minors, or those on a statewide exclusion list. In addition, wagers were permitted during a patron's cool-off period or when exceeding a self-imposed deposit limit. These incidents occurred in New Jersey, Iowa, Maryland, Indiana, Connecticut, and Australia. The most significant monetary fine was a $350,000 fine for sending direct mailings to individuals under the age of 21 years old in Ohio. Second, investigators noted several incidents of DraftKings offering unauthorized or unapproved collegiate sporting events in various jurisdictions, which also appeared to be related to faulty configurations in its relative jurisdictional platforms. A related violation occurred here in Massachusetts in 2023 when the applicant offered wagering on an unapproved tennis league, resulting in a $30,000 fine. Finally, on this topic, the commission has held hearings on the facts and circumstances of the so-called universal wallet matter, in which the applicant self-reported incidents of accepting wages in Massachusetts from patrons' accounts that were funded with credit cards. Relative to the individual qualifiers, in-person interviews were conducted of all individual qualifiers, and full reports were prepared, which have been submitted to this commission. In addition, queries were conducted to verify educational degrees, professional licensures, and political donations, as well as queries of law enforcement databases and open source reviews. And as noted in the report, I'm about to discuss two significant issues. I'm not sure if this would be an appropriate place to break, or would you like me to continue?
That is correct. That would be the identified place that we had spotted to break. And I just, in the interest of the discussion following this, I do anticipate that the conclusion of Mr. Banks' remarks, I'll be handing it over to Director Chang, and then also to the RSM team to present on the financial investigation and the corporate governance review. So if those matters are also being considered in the operator's request for private session, I just want to let everybody know where the anticipated roadmap is for the IAB.
So is there,
So, Mr. Chair, if I can just seek clarification from Attorney Mercer. There was also another non-compliance event resolved in Ohio. I think dual allegations, one resolution. So I would be curious on that too. Don't know if that's part of what we're talking about, but they may want to talk about that in private session. So to speed it up, I thought I'd flag it now. And maybe we can keep marching in private session.
Just so we're clear, Commissioner O'Brien, did that be the recent matter in Ohio that happened, I believe,
Correct.
in the conclusion of it? Yes. So as the commissioners are probably aware, I believe that the decision on that was issued following the submission of the IAB's report. I don't believe that we have any additional research in regard to that decision at this point. It's obviously been reviewed, but I defer to DraftKings that that's a matter that they would be seeking to discuss in the private session.
DraftKings would seek to have that matter also included in the private session, Attorney Mercer.
So I thought, thank you.
all right. And so I'm going to take this, Mr. Starr. We heard Mr. Mercer and Mr. Banks, but I'm going to take this as a formal request, Mr. Starr. Is that correct?
It is, Chairman Maynard.
All right. Commissioners, we've already read into the record why we would choose to go into. So now we just need to agree that we're going into private session. Are we good with doing that for the matters just raised?
Yeah, I am.
Thank you.
I am.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Broder.
I'm also okay with that.
All right, and as am I. So for the record, so we will move into, here it comes, to the session. Thank you.
Trustee Sam?
Connor, I believe we can pull this. Right. Okay. So we've re-entered public session. I'll let people have time to get back in. So we entered into private session upon the request of DraftKings to discuss some matters from Mr. Banks, as well as we began to get into financial information from Ms. Chang from our team. And in the midst of that conversation, we got really busy working and realized that we had a portion of the conversation that was probably more right to have in public. And the way to cure that is to actually have the conversation in public. And so for that, RSM had presented some information, financial information regarding some individual qualifiers. I would ask that they recite that information in the public session. And then we were going to have a conversation regarding some corporate governance. I would ask that we have as much of that conversation as possible in public. And if at any time DraftKings would like to have a request in front of the commission to enter into private session, we would entertain that request at that time. Commissioners, is that a fair recitation of where we are at this moment? All right, I'm getting yeses. So with that, Councilor Mercer, I'm going to kick it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd turn back to Chris Fitzgerald from RSM to present the initial reporting on the individual qualifier review by RSM.
Thank you, Attorney Mercer. So we performed financial investigations for 4 individual qualifiers: Jason Robbins, Matthew Kalish, Paul Lieberman, and Jason Park. The focus of our work was to assess the financial stability, integrity, and background of these individuals by analyzing their sources of income, analyzing key components of income tax returns, performing due diligence with respect to assets and liabilities reported on net worth statements, and reviewing each individual's credit history via a credit report obtained by a national credit bureau. For each individual qualifier, we reviewed their application submissions, made follow-up requests, and conducted open source research. Documents reviewed included, but were not limited to, the multi-jurisdictional personal history disclosure form and the Massachusetts supplemental form. Within these forms, the area most relevant to our procedures was the net worth statement and its supporting schedules. We also analyzed tax returns for a 5-year period, IRS tax transcripts, credit reports, property deeds, titles, mortgages, bank statements, and brokerage statements. We analyzed these documents to look for signs of financial instability, unexplained sources of income, or financial interests that may conflict with the duties of a gaming licensee. Finally, we held a formal in-person interview with each qualifier alongside representatives from Enforcement Council and the Gaming Enforcement Unit to inquire about any unclear items. During this interview, we inquired about the qualifier's educational and professional background and their duties with respect to the corporate governance and compliance of the applicant.
I apologize. Thanks, Mr. Fitzgerald. And then at this point, just opening if there are any questions in the public session for Mr. Fitzgerald in regard to that portion of the report.
So commissioners, I will invite one more time. Do we have any questions for this financial portion of the individual qualifiers? All right. No questions on that front.
And Mr. Fitzgerald, I may have cut you off in the conclusory portion of your findings. If you'd like to continue with that, and then if there are any questions following that from the commissioners, obviously, I would invite that as well.
Yes. So overall, the investigation did not uncover any derogatory information that would indicate that the individual qualifiers lack the requisite financial stability, integrity, and background to be deemed suitable in accordance with the criteria listed in the Massachusetts gaming law and regulations. Each of the individuals we met with were forthcoming and responsive to our questions and answered our questions sufficiently.
Thank you very much. And at this point, we would be turning to the corporate governance presentation from Mr. Fitzgerald as well. And we would start that by asking if he could outline the review and the scope of the review and the methodology used.
Yes. Before I do so, I believe it may have been mentioned earlier, but just wanted to highlight that as we discussed the procedures performed and the findings of those procedures, RSM worked in collaboration with the Gaming Commission, including individuals from the Investigations Enforcement Bureau and members of the State Police Gaming Enforcement Unit. So when we talk about we SNR, we're speaking collectively about our work with the Gaming Commission. So to talk about our scope, our approach was structured to evaluate the applicant's corporate compliance program, including a focus on key areas of anti-money laundering, responsible gaming, and cybersecurity. With respect to each of those areas, we leveraged our team's collective industry experience and utilized appropriate authoritative and industry guidance. A foundational guide to our approach was the U.S. Department of Justice's Guide to Evaluating Corporate Compliance Programs. The DOJ guidance provides an outline to assess effectiveness in preventing and detecting misconduct within organizations and assist in evaluating whether companies have robust systems in place to comply with legal and regulatory requirements. Additionally, its framework provides transparency to organizations that seek to minimize potential fines, penalties, and costly independent monitorships to the extent that they are deemed non-compliant with laws or regulations. The framework encourages organizations to continuously improve their compliance efforts and for organizations to foster a culture of ethical behavior and accountability. With this in mind, the investigators aim to address the following 3 questions with respect to the applicant's overall compliance program. First, is the compliance program well designed? Secondly, is the compliance program adequately resourced and empowered to function effectively? And finally, does the compliance program work in practice? To evaluate if the DraftKings compliance program is well designed, the investigators evaluated the risk assessment process, documentation of policies and procedures, training and communications, the structure in place to confidentially report suspected wrongdoing, complaints, or harassment, and the resulting investigation process of any such complaints, third-party risk management, and the merger and acquisition due diligence process. To evaluate the second aspect of whether the compliance program is adequately resourced and empowered to function effectively, we evaluated the commitment to compliance by senior and middle management, autonomy of the compliance department, resources allocated to compliance, compensation structures, and management of consequences resulting from instances of non-compliance. Finally, for the third aspect, to evaluate if the compliance program works in practice, while we did not perform independent testing of controls, we evaluated based on interviews whether the program is continually improved, inclusive of periodic testing and review, the process of investigating potential misconduct, and the process of analyzing and remediating identified misconduct. With respect to evaluating the applicant's responsible gaming program, we referenced the Massachusetts Responsible Gaming Framework and the Massachusetts Game Sense program, including PlaySmart and self-exclusion programs to develop our framework. With respect to evaluating the applicant's anti-money laundering program, we referenced the American Gaming Association's best practices for anti-money laundering compliance, the pillars of compliance for anti-money laundering programs of casinos as defined in Chapter 31 of the U.S. Code of Federal Regulations, Section 1021-210, and the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, or FinCEN's 2014 advisory to U.S. financial institutions on promoting a culture of compliance. With respect to evaluating the applicant's cybersecurity program, we referenced the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, cybersecurity framework. The investigators also reviewed opened and closed sources of data from or about DraftKings, such as misconfigurations, data dumps of passwords, or other sensitive data, which could be leveraged by a threat actor for a cyber attack. Open sources are often described as all publicly available content. This includes sources such as social media and news platforms published on and broadcasted works. Closed sources refers to sources that are not available for public access, including information on the dark web. During the course of the investigation, we conducted interviews with approximately 10 representatives from the company, including the individual qualifiers, the legal department, and the compliance and licensing department. We circulated a detailed survey of over 250 questions to obtain an understanding of key areas, including responsible gaming, internal audit, information technology, cybersecurity, compliance, Bank Secrecy Act and anti-money laundering, procurement, and human resources. We also requested and reviewed approximately 50 documents, including policies and procedures, the employee code of conduct, organizational charts, board and committee meeting minutes, and training materials. As mentioned, we did not perform independent testing to evaluate the effectiveness of policies, processes, or controls, and as such relied upon the honesty of and representations from management of the applicant in interviews and questionnaire responses. The information summarized in the investigation report, and which I'll discuss today, is based on responses to questionnaires and documentation provided as of September 15th, 2023, as well as interviews that were conducted from October 23rd, 2023 through November 6th, 2023, with certain limited follow-ups after that time. Fact findings substantively concluded by June 2024. To the extent facts have changed since our investigation that could impact our findings, we defer to DraftKings to highlight any notable items at their discretion.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald, for that presentation. I'd just like to flag for the commissioners at this point before we go to questions or to the next portion. The next thing that I would be asking Chris to present on would be the results of the results of the investigation that he just detailed. Fairly inextricably linked from the body of that report would be a number of matters that have been previously flagged as likely fodder for private session. So I just wanted to bring that up at this point before I ask Chris to proceed, that a number of specific areas that have been previously discussed are going to be heavily discussed going forward.
So, Mr. Mercer, before DraftKings, I saw they come up. Can you give us a little roadmap of your ongoing presentation? Because I want to see what matters we can potentially flag. I don't want to go in and out of private session all day long is what I'm trying to avoid here, if possible. If possible, if not, I understand.
Sure, I would say that a number of the the basis of the, I would say almost the entire substance of what's the subject of this portion of the report is going to be produced by way of items that were produced under confidentiality in the course of the investigation that involve internal business records, policies, procedures regarding anti-money laundering measures, responsible gaming, cybersecurity, identity and access controls, things of that regard, which I obviously won't speak for DraftKings, but I know they've been flagged previously as matters that would be subject to potential concerns for public disclosure.
I understand that. I hear that. What is do you then, after RSM completes, is there another portion of your?
Essentially, that would be the conclusion of the RSM presentation. I have a brief kind of conclusion to revisit some of the matters that we discussed in the opening remarks here, but that would be the conclusion, yes.
That's it. That's exactly what I was getting at. Thank you so much. Commissioners, any questions at this point before I would like DraftKings to confirm and articulate on the record why they would want to enter into private session if they want to do so.
We would request private session at this point, anticipating from what Attorney Mercer said is going to be the next portion of the presentation, which we understand is going to be a discussion of internal controls, internal business practices, and other confidential information that was shared.
All right, commissioners, any questions at this point? Do we agree that we should go into private session? I will start by saying I do. Getting yes from Commissioner Hill.
Based on the representations by both counsel for both parties, I agree.
Thank you, Commissioner
Same.
Kenner, Commissioner O'Brien, and Commissioner Broder. We good? All right. We're going to enter back into private session, and then we will return to the public session. All right, Connor, I think we can take the screen down. See if all the commissioners are here. All right, I see all the commissioners here. My apologies to DraftKings, but I'm going to ask Mills to move Justin, Todd, the 5 commissioners, and Dean Serpa into a breakout room, please. We'll be right back. All right, Connor. We can take the screen down. Give everyone a second to get back on. I appreciate. Make sure all the commissions go back in. Scan. Just a second. Am I missing Commissioner? Oh, there's Commissioner Brand. Mr. Robbins. All right, so just wanted to briefly address something and clarify something. The report that the IEB gave us is a really, really stellar, fantastic report that's been very helpful to us in the midst of doing this. You heard from us earlier that we're concerned with some of the issues. I'm not going to go into them, seeing as we're back in public session and we discussed a lot of it in private session, but there's some things we're concerned about. We would like to see those concerns addressed with RSM. And it's not so much asking RSM to reweight it, it's more to say we would like to see DraftKings respond to what was in the RSM report, and then RSM to come back to us within, say, 60 days is kind of what we're thinking, to tell us whether or not their concerns have been addressed, or at the very least, we'll take wherever we are from that moment and make a determination as a commission, which could include conditions. So that is where we are. I see Commissioner O'Brien is off the mic. I know I probably missed something, Commissioner O'Brien. But again, the point that we're trying to make here is that we want to ensure that we're getting all the information we can before we have to do our job, which is to make a determination here. Commissioner O'Brien.
So just for finer point on the expectation also is that errata sheet is also the guidepost for the response that I would expect to go to RSM. It's not simply the handful of points that they wanted, but also more specifics and document references on that errata sheet.
And so, yes, this is, so again, this is a commission request for information the commission wants to see, just a finer point on, and rather than argue the fine details in case by case, we'd rather a licensee and an RSM come together and perhaps even on paper record would be my preference, and explain what's going on here. All right.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, and the last thing also being that whatever written product or setter is provided also be given to IB as a party, so that they're just fully prepared when we resume this hearing, if there's anything they felt needed to be responded to. I'm not looking for written responses from IB. I just want them to be fully informed of anything that comes in.
And Director Monahan, I see your mic's off. I'm sure you're looking for clarification.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I was hoping to give Chief Chang and the RSM team the opportunity to ask any clarifying questions they have before we break or whatever's going to happen next.
I think at this point, I'll probably defer to perhaps Greg and Chris, and I might jump in as needed.
Yeah, I guess the top of mind here is making sure we're aligned with what the actual deliverable is, meaning if this is going to be an update to certain sections of the IEB's report, or would this be an addendum, or would this just be some form of the errata sheet with detail and notation from RSM? I think there could be a lot of different iterations of what comes out of this, and I just want to make sure we're aligned in terms of what the commissioners are looking for.
Or it's just a verbal report, as well, I guess could be another option.
Yeah.
So let me take a step back here. I do not want to reopen the report that was stipulated to today. It would be a supplement. And really what's going on here, and this is why I keep using these words, is the commissioners want to see more fulsome responses from the licensee. But the commissioners are also not experts, Greg. And so we really just want to know, what does RSM think about this information? And we need to then know whether or not it changes what's in this report today, whether it doesn't, and how you would grade it going forward. But this would be a supplement to the commissioners that would explain where you are, given that Mr. Starr has offered for his client to give more specificity across the board. Is that fair, commissioners?
I think it is, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if it's helpful to add. I don't want to sound like an old school teacher or whatever, but this is, I would suggest to the applicant that this is, an opportunity to put your best foot forward to be as complete as you possibly can, so that we do not have to necessarily, because at some point we are going to close the record and make a decision based on the record. And so for it to be as complete as possible, as soon as possible, I think helped everyone.
I agree fully. Greg, do you have any other questions that would help?
So deadline here, you're looking for a hearing in February, on February 18th or thereabout, 2 months?
Again, I am reluctant to use the word hearing because it could be that a deliverable could get us to where we need to be on this.
Okay.
I would say a product that could be subject to additional questioning within the next 60 days or so. But to Commissioner Broder's point, the sooner the better.
Understood.
The sooner we get this, the quicker we can make a determination. With that, if there are no other questions or comments.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate all the thoughtful comments, and we got it loud and clear. But I just wanted to suggest again that I think starting with the dialogue would be a good way to go, so we can make sure we address all the points and we're all attacking it the same way, and then produce a written record based on that. I just want to make sure that's okay, because I think sometimes picking up the phone to start is a great place to start. So
that is perfectly fine. That is and was contemplated when the 5 of us just talked.
Okay.
That perhaps is how this is going to go, that you will work together on trying to see best path forward.
Great. And we are delighted to do that. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. With that said, I would like to turn it back over to Councilman Mercer and for us to go through the individual qualifiers portion. I'll remind everyone we're in public and move forward as much as we can in this hearing the matter today.
Certainly, thank you, Chair. And I'm as stated earlier and as stated in the record, RSM presented in regard to each individual. Broadly at a high level about the investigations regarding the individual qualifiers, particularly on the financial end. I don't believe there's an anticipated further presentation about any additional investigation, but I'm certain that the investigators that conducted those investigations that are provided, and I believe Exhibit 4 to the commissioners, are available for any questions that may be raised from the substance of said reports.
Any questions based on that? All right. What's the next stage, Council Mercer?
At this stage, the IAB would have no additional presentations. I have a brief summary, as alluded to in the opening remarks from the IAB regarding the potential recommendation of the IAB. At this point, I could state that to the commission at this point before we move on to the DraftKings end, particularly in light of the fact that we may proceed with the requested documentation from the commissioners without further hearing. So if this is the opportunity to do so, I can read that.
In so much that you, Commissioner Skinner, I see you're off there, Mike, in so much as you would like to, understanding where we are, given the record, in so much as you would like to make a statement today, I'm okay with hearing that, commissioners.
So I'm only interested in hearing your statements on the individual qualifiers, because I have every view that this is going to continue. So if Attorney Mercer is looking for clarity from me, in my view, the only thing that might be closed in terms of questioning would be the individual qualifiers.
I could add, I would prefer to reserve, to have the IEB reserve the statements relative to recommended conditions until we are ready to close the hearing. I think with certain issues outstanding, as you outlined, I'd want the benefit of the culmination of any adjustments or any changes to what we've heard already and what's currently in the report by way of the RSM update, if any.
Commissioner Broder, Commissioner Hill.
I'm comfortable hearing from him only because there will be another opportunity.
That's where I am. I want to hear what he has to say. By the way, let's remind everyone, they started with a conclusion this morning. And I understand we have additional information now, but I'm interested to see what the IEB had planned on saying. Again, understanding that we have asked for additional information outside of IEB's report. That's kind of where I am. Commissioner Hill?
I think I want to hear from the qualifiers, Mr. Chairman, first.
I think that we would have to ask specific questions with qualifiers given what Councilor Mercer asked.
I just want to be clear that the reason I would prefer to wait, and I think of this more like a closing statement, closing argument, is the evidence is still open. And I would assume we're going to be hearing these remarks as a chronological summary, regardless of what comes out of any supplemental information. But I will yield to IEB if they want to make their statement on the evidence before us now.
And Commissioner O'Brien, really, I just want to hear what the conditions would be had absent. And, I assume the conditions aren't going to, these conditions he would present, we're going to add to them potentially, given the record today, but I'm kind of interested in hearing them now. That's where I'm coming from. I'm not asking, we are not closing this. We're not voting on this today. We all know this. We're all sitting here talking about it. I'm just kind of interested to see what the IB had to say. So I would ask the IB to.
Mr. Chairman, let's move this forward and let's hear from the IEB.
Thank you, Commissioner.
In the interest of basically closing the loop on the IEB's opening remarks, to conclude with what we were suggesting, obviously with the evidence being left open, if there were to be any changes, I would just ask the IEB reserves the right to make those changes in these recommendations. But with the state of the evidence as it was taken with the conclusion of the IEB's report, as alluded to earlier today, the IEB's recommendation would be a determination of durable suitability for DraftKings and its individual qualifiers, but that being contingent on a couple of conditions. Now, that basically takes into account the history of regulatory discipline in current and recent civil litigation matters that are pending for DraftKings at this point, and then additionally, the difficulties that the investigators had at some point receiving some of the requested materials from DraftKings throughout that investigation. So the recommendations or the requested or recommended conditions are as follows from the IEB. First, that the individual qualifiers suitability determinations be conditioned upon those qualifiers providing updated fingerprints if the IEB becomes authorized to review them, and no derogatory information surfaces from that review. Second, as noted in the corporate governance review, investigators identified a high-risk deficiency in one of DraftKings' internal policies. The IEB recommends a condition requiring DraftKings to remedy those deficiencies within 6 months of a finding of suitability. And third, the IEB recommends that the commission require DraftKings to provide an update to the commission within 1 calendar year of a decision on durable suitability. The update should include the status of its civil litigation and regulatory discipline matters, and DraftKings plan to reduce their frequency. At the same time, the IEB will provide an update to the commission regarding DraftKings' performance of its obligation regarding self-disclosure and investigatory cooperation. And that would be the sum of the IEB's recommendations in this matter at this time.
And we will note here that we will allow you to reserve your right to change that statement as more information comes in. And thank you for that. And it was helpful for me to hear the conditions. And thank you to my fellow commissioners for allowing me to hear those.
Thank you, Chair.
All right. Commissioner O'Brien. Oh, I thought you were reaching out.
I was just swiping something out that had come up. But before we go in individual qualifiers, just a ministerial matter in terms of the report. One of the qualifiers, you guys erroneously list the headquarters address instead of the residential address. And so that just needs to be corrected. And then there's a typo in the number on the address. There's an extra digit somewhere as well on that same applicant.
Noted. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Right. So I think where we are, I've heard a couple of times individual qualifiers, but I think we opened that up, didn't we? There were no questions.
I think that, I'm sorry, my understanding is that Attorney Starr wanted the opportunity to present those qualifiers.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm following you. I was thinking about from the IEB's perspective, but you're correct. So, let me first do this. Mr. Starr, based upon what we've talked about already, understanding that the record is still open, do you have any questions for Mr. Mercer or any other member of the IEB today?
I do not. As Attorney Dodge said, we look forward to working with RSM and the IEB to address the issues that we've been talking about over the last hour. No questions for them.
Thank you. All right. With that, please proceed with your presentation, which I do believe is an introduction of the qualifiers.
Yeah, I had written out this whole outline, but life has a way of getting away from you, and we covered a lot of things earlier today that I thought we might do in the presentation. And of course, to be clear, commissioners, it had always been our intention, as I indicated earlier, to address those 12 items. Today, we noted those areas of concern and we were prepared to address them, and we will follow up and address them in the manner that the commission has suggested and with which we agree. One of the other things we had also wanted to do today was let each of the 4 individual qualifiers, as I mentioned previously, in the case of some of the commissioners, reintroduce themselves to you, and with Commissioner Broder, in the first instance, introduce themselves to you. I had asked Jason Robbins to speak first, followed by Matt Kalish, followed by Paul Lieberman, and then Jason Park. And if we could, I'm happy to proceed and let all 4 of them introduce and present. And then if you have questions for them individually, we could go that way, whatever is the commission's pleasure for efficiency.
I think move forward, and as we have questions, we will address those questions to you, Mr. Starr, for your comments.
So Jason Robbins, are you, I see you there.
Hello. Nice to meet everybody virtually. Happy to answer any questions, if there are any.
Any questions for Mr. Robbins?
Mr. Robbins, since we're first meeting, albeit electronically, if you want to give me the 30-second background, I don't want to take up a lot of anyone's time, but tell me a little bit about yourself.
Sure, and I can give you a quick background on the company too, but I've lived in Massachusetts for 21 years. I have a family here of a wife and 5 children. My wife was born and raised in Wilmington. We live in the suburbs now. Worked in corporate America where I met Matt and Paul, and we started DraftKings working out of Paul's spare bedroom in 2011, nights and weekends, usually from about 7 p.m. till midnight on nights, weeknights, and then 6 or 7 a.m. depending on how early we could roll out of bed for weekends. And after a little while, we're able to scrap some money together through the venture capitalists that were local as well. Firms like Boston Seed and Compost Ventures, and that was really the catalyst of us being able to leave our day jobs and work full time on this in 2012. And from there, it was really just a wild ride. We originally, as you know, just fantasy sports, and then as the laws changed with the Supreme Court repeal of PASPA, we launched sports betting and iGaming eventually, and now are thrilled to be here with you guys and really appreciate the Commission's considering of our applications.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure.
All right. I have no questions. Just thank you, Mr. Robbins, for being here.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions for Mr. Robbins, Matt, are you here?
Yes, I am. Hi, everyone. How are you? Good to be with you today. I am Matt Kalish, along with Jason and Paul, one of the founders at DraftKings. I was born in Lowell, Mass, actually, and have lived my entire life in Mass and New Hampshire, and currently live in Brookline with my wife and 4 daughters. And at DraftKings, I'm the president of our North America operations. So I oversee kind of everything: marketing, operations, customer support, et cetera, for the company. And have been, very excited, I think, as Jason mentioned, to see, how DraftKings has done as sports betting's opened up in more and more states throughout the country, including Massachusetts. And, was really proud for all of us when Massachusetts opened up as a resident, and look forward to getting to know everyone better throughout the process.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any questions for Matt?
None for me, commissioners. All right.
I think the commission has met Paul last month, but Paul, do you want to go ahead and jump on and introduce yourself, maybe share a little bit about what you do at the company?
Sure. Great to see everyone again. My name is Paul Lieberman. I know we've met last month, and also a Massachusetts resident ever since I graduated college from WPI. So I went to school in Massachusetts. So started the company, as Jason said, with Matt and Jason. We worked out of my spare bedroom in Watertown and have served a variety of roles at DraftKings, but most currently I am the global president of product and technology. So everything that the consumer interacts with on our website, on our app, all of our internal tools and capabilities, including some of the info security stuff that we talked about today, all roll through my organization.
Paul, you didn't share how many kids you have. Is that because you don't have 4 or 5? And I don't want to say it's a competition.
I fortunately do not have 4 or 5. I have 2 twin boys and a little dog. They never exclude the dog as part of the family. I also didn't share that I'm trying to grow a beard like Matt, but I can't get but I don't know if that was relevant.
Yeah, it's relevant to me.
I'm very sensitive about all things related to hair, so you did the right thing.
And yes, dogs are important.
Yes.
They're often the best friend.
They are definitely the only person that cares when I come home at the end of the day right now.
All right. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Any questions, commissioners? Paul? All right.
The 4th individual qualifier is with us today is Jason Park.
Hello, Chairman Maynard and Commissioners. Jason Park, good to see you. A lot to say here. Number one, it would take me about 8 years to grow a beard like Paul has, and probably 20 to be like Kalish. We have our dog passed away in July, so that's very sad. But no, I live in Brookline, wife and 2 daughters in Brookline. I joined DraftKings in 2019 in the capacity of the chief financial officer. In May of 2024, I handed the reins of the financial officer role to my colleague, Alan Ellingson, who's sitting here, who's the current CFO. I am still at the company with the title of Chief Transformation Officer, which is a bit of an unconventional title. What that basically means is I focus on operating efficiencies internally, just how we do things better, faster, cheaper. I also focus on merger integrations and making sure that the companies we buy get integrated into the DraftKings organization effectively. And so those are the primary focus areas of mine. So very happy to be here. Thank you for everything. Nice to meet you, Commissioner Broder.
Nice to meet you as well. Thanks.
Jason, you told me beforehand that you had noted in your
Yes,
written report, there was one thing, and it's not, it's appropriate to ask for this correction in the public session.
Sure. In the individual report, it's a very small thing, but again, an unconventional title. But I did notice that in the report, it was written as Chief Transitional Officer, and that should be Chief Transformation Officer. Again, not a huge deal, but I did want to call that out, and I saw that as I reviewed it.
I bet we can make that happen.
Okay.
That edit. Commissioner O'Brien.
So just now that we've sort of formally been introduced to the 4 individual qualifiers, I just wanted to make a statement saying thank you for your time, your attention today. This process is not done. And as you probably heard as we go through this, that this commission very much cares about cultures of compliance. And in my view, that starts with the tone at the top of the organizations. And as we go through this process, I just wanted to reiterate that concept to the 4 of you, in addition to Mr. Ellingson, who is going to be going through this qualifier process as CFO. But I do think that bears repeating and thanking the IAB and RSM as well for the work that they put in to get us to this juncture as we continue this process.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Brien. Commissioners, anything else? In that piece, I will say thank you for being here all day. I would like to say I wish, I'm not happy that I had to be here all day, so I can only imagine how you feel. But it's my job, so I have to be here all day and have to think about these things. And we appreciate all that you do. You are already a temporary licensee, and you provide a great service to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, which is keeping people from the illegal market. And it's something that I appreciate, and know that, it's not lost that you are homegrown. I noticed today multiple times people introduce themselves and where they're from every time they introduce themselves, which is good to hear. And so I'm just over the road from some of you in West Roxbury, and I know that my colleagues are close too. So we do appreciate that. That's not lost on us.
Thank you.
Hey, Jason. All right. So with that, Mr. Starr.
Another brief presentation that we wanted to share with the commission was from the Chief Financial Officer. You met Alan a little earlier, and Jason's given him an introduction. We thought it would be helpful for the commission to hear from Alan a little bit about how the company is doing from a financial perspective, talk a little bit about the progress that's been made over the last 23 months since the January 2023 hearing on the temporary suitability, and Alan's prepared to take that.
Okay. Great to first meet the commission. I know you've had a lot of exposure to the other 4, Jason, Paul, Matt, and Jason Park. But as means the introduction, my name is Alan Ellingson. I guess it warrants mentioning that I am also a resident of Massachusetts. I live in Middlesex County. I moved here with my wife in 2012 after I graduated from grad school. We fell in love with the area. We purchased a home. We have 2 small children who have only known Massachusetts as their home state. I joined DraftKings in 2020. My role was Vice President of Financial Planning and Analysis, reporting directly to Jason Park. I've subsequently increased in role and responsibilities for multiple finance functions, as well as the analytics teams at DraftKings. In these roles, I've been meaningfully involved in the preparation of all financial documents, forecasting and outlooks for the company, including the materials that were provided to the commission in the original presentation for the durable suitability application. As of now, I am Chief Financial Officer for DraftKings and have been for the last 7 months. But I will submit that my knowledge and exposure to the DraftKings financials goes well beyond the 7 months in role. I appreciate that the company was here in January 2023, and I'd like to share a quick snapshot of the last 24 months, if I could, and my perspective as CFO of DraftKings as a Massachusetts headquartered company. We are pleased that our global headquarters are located in the city of Boston. Our local office has 125,000 square feet, which has space for 800 concurrent employees. Given our current remote hybrid model, we see about 300 employees in the office on a typical day, Monday through Thursday. But as a global headquartered company, that number skyrockets, especially as we bring people globally on site to participate in various company activities. 24 months ago, we had slightly over 1,100 employees in Massachusetts. Now there are approximately 1,500, which represent approximately $165 million of annualized base pay, which is higher than that, with W-2 income being higher than that due to things like cash bonuses, stock-based compensation, and other income. Our executive team is located predominantly in the greater Boston area. Our local employees commute on public transportation. They pay to park in Back Bay, where our headquarters are located. They eat at local restaurants. They participate in team activities after hours. And as our headquarters is located in Boston, we often use this as a gathering point for global teams. Over the past 2 years, we've had over 5,000 trips to Boston. That means we've got multiple night stays at hotels, team outings, meals, and others that drive commercial revenues to the local businesses. We are pleased with the state of Massachusetts and specifically with the city of Boston to allow us to partner with them in this way. DraftKings is also pleased that 2024 will be our first year as a company with both positive adjusted EBITDA, which is our primary public measure of profitability, as well as positive operating cash flow, further sustaining the expectations that we shared regarding our plans to achieve profitability. Speaking for myself and for DraftKings, I look forward to a continued productive engagement with the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Do we have any questions? I have no questions there. All right. So what I will do at this point is, Councilor Starr, anything else that you want to mention, understanding that we are going to keep open this matter pending any resolution of the matters that we discussed here today?
Mr. Chair, before you do that, can I just point of clarification? I did have questions in terms of responsible gaming, advertising, marketing. I think given the posture of today, I'm assuming we're going to move that cluster of questions to when we reconvene after we get the RSM clarity we were talking about. But I just want to make sure that I'm right on that before Attorney Starr makes statements.
I'm assuming that we could likely end up back into a forum like this. But that said, if you want to get the question out, feel free to do so, Commissioner O'Brien. We have the opportunity to do so at any time.
Well, so it's been a long day for everyone. So yep. I guess what I'm suggesting is that I'll table those questions for when we come back in February. It's really part of arguably corporate governance and compliance, which is kind of what we're coming back for. So I think it's better to do it then. But I just wanted to make sure that was out there before we go into closing statements.
All right.
Can I ask a question of my fellow commissioner?
Yes.
Commissioner O'Brien, do you anticipate that your questions will lead to requests for more clarification? Because if so, I
No.
think it'd be good to get them out
No.
now. If not,
I don't. They may take some period of time
sure.
to talk about process, guardrails, et cetera.
Yeah.
But they're not going to, I do not anticipate me requiring or asking for additional documentation from the licensee.
Got it. Thank you.
It's beyond what you've requested today.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. All right. Got it. So with that, commissioners, before I turn, I should have done that. Anything else before I turn to Mr. Stark?
I just, in light of Commissioner Broder's comments, I feel like I need to reserve for the record my right to ask additional questions when we reconvene after having DraftKings and RSM do their exchange. And depending on what comes out of that, I also reserve the right to ask for additional clarification or documents if necessary.
Thank you, Commissioner Skinner. I think we all have that. We all have that right. I also like the idea that we try to get it all out there and get as much as we can back as quickly as we can, so we can make these determinations in an expeditious manner. So absolutely, we all have the right to ask for additional information. With that, Councilor Starr.
Nothing further for today. Look forward to being with the commission again in a couple of months after we've had a chance to work collaboratively with RSM. DraftKings wanted to acknowledge the hard work of the IAB and their team, including RSM, on our request. And we appreciate the commission's consideration today of DraftKings' request for finding durable suitability for a Category 3 sports wagering license. And as I said, we look forward to continuing the dialogue with RSM and then meeting with you again in February.
All right. With that, we are going to continue this hearing. We're not going to close it. And we appreciate DraftKings and Mr. Starr, your willingness to get us this additional information. We appreciate everyone who was here today. We appreciate the IEB and everything they presented. It was extremely helpful, as well as RSM. And thank you to my fellow commissioners who always make sure that we get as much information as we can. It's tough work to make sure that we get these things done. Commissioner Broder, I see your mic's off.
I do just to for any member of the public who may be watching, we are scheduled for a potential second day of hearing tomorrow. So we'll let folks know that that's off the table for now.
I would imagine that we're not going to get all this information before tomorrow. It'd be fun though if we did, but it's not going to happen. All right. So with that,
Not much fun for me, Chair Maynard, if I had to work all night tonight to get you that information for 9 o'clock tomorrow. So I appreciate the 60 days.
Happy holidays, sir. And to all.
Thank you, Commissioner.
thank you. Everyone have a good holiday. With that, we'll leave this hearing open.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays to everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.